Here we go. Hello then folks, welcome back to this Pxy-VERSE. We are continuing with this pre-prod quest pre-production for something dynamic 3D webcomics on YouTube. Of course this is like a making of maybe, or the creating process. And let's get some soundtrack here. Yes, where's the Mass Effect? I have a entire playlist here, and yeah, I have to handle this stupid stuff. Yeah, for some reason can't place this at the top, but that's fine. Alright. Ah, it's from the corner. Okay. So today I'll get a little more organized in the tasks. We have plenty of time. I have. Hope you have to, but okay. I found, I was thinking, after facing the many troubles, in the thumbnail of this video, what we were seeing is not exactly what I was doing by what I have here, the compositor, but an alternative maybe for the combining the workbench even in these flat materials, and the results are not so bad, but of course it's not ideal, but it gives a different tone to the composition. Basically it becomes, it's not this of course, maybe I still have there some setup, but I fixed in my mind, although it might not be fixed here. Let's also fix this at once. Let's just make a switch here. I'm tired of doing this back and forth. Basically we need to make something like that. Bring this. I don't intend to keep this, I guess, because I think there's better way to achieve this this thing. But yeah, going after the, it shouldn't even be here. It could be here actually, after the Kuahara, maybe before the Kuahara. These are final steps, and this is just the stars compositing. I think it would make, oh no, I remember I placed it, because this is needed to go after. Yeah, so this is why, so that when we place this, the stars also get these patterns. So pretty simple. So you can join this as Control J. We're gonna make like paint everything. Yeah. And let's get some crazy color here. Color, and which is optional. So yeah, this is completely optional. We can also Alt J. For some reason I prefer this to be here. We can try to snap this. And this I'll take off, Alt J, and place here. Yeah, so I'm gonna choose squares out of the, right? Isn't there a grid for this? Okay, oh, I can use this thing. Yeah, that can be better. So I was, yeah, this super snappy, that might be much better. Why I wasn't even using it. Okay, so this is a mask just for the start, so I need to readdress this. Let's see. Okay, so what is the idea that I came up to? Well, before that, yeah, there are two ideas. So first, I was trying to get these materials to get some way of coloring it which would not be, they wouldn't intake the procedural texture, which actually is super important, but at the same time, okay, let's say that these materials are bad. You see, this has a big texture, but I don't care because I'm gonna use another method. So once they get composited, like let's say the floor here, this carpet, it will be the colors will die off because of this, right? So it's not good, because Workbench render engine here doesn't, it's a different scene, right? I don't know why the others are gonna fix that at some point. So then the colors die off because Workbench render engine doesn't support composite shader node system in the shader editor. So this is a tragedy for Workbench and for but it doesn't mean that we cannot compose Workbench. So what I was using before is that that works, right? That solution is that to just use the Workbench for the character, then okay. But this is not ideal because then Workbench is not affecting any of the EV scenery. But the EV sometimes is cool, right? So once we compose this stuff, we start to get this dying off color. It's like a a contrast thing that is very low contrast, so it's ugly, right? It's like gray stone. But what then if I use the, so I don't know where what was that already? Apparently so there will be another idea, which would be to pick something like this for the Workbench, or as an extra compositor for, yeah, so something like that. I'd still want the character with colors, but then we got this kind of very exaggerated, maybe not with the color ramps actually, so it will be like more like this. So separate the colors, or actually even better, not separate the colors, actually let's just getting a, what's the name of it, it's black white, yeah, RBG2. Yeah, this is too dark, so this will probably not work. But then you see this transformation of all the workbench in this case in black and white or grayscale, right? Depending on how we combine here. So I have full EV here. Something is weird about okay, so here we got a mix. So I can already start mixing just a little of that workbench, or maybe. Anyways, let's try just this. Maybe this is even unnecessary, right? And then we get what is this? So this is EV plus EV screening with this this thing. So that means we start with EV, then it starts to, yeah, so it starts to destroy the color. But then we retake the color from 0, yeah. So reinforce EV on top of that. Maybe it's redundant with a multiply, maybe. It may be not exactly what I did, and the result. Well, here I can't compare with because my whole thing here with workbench is not having those elements invisible, so I cannot compare. But what I can tell is that this result is a slightly grayed out colors for the everything, and it turns out that this is not horrible, but this is like the lazy or not so deep solution. But you see that the results are still colorful. Maybe not as colorful as this. Yes, so it's gray, it becomes grayed out a little, but it's still, yeah, relatively acceptable. But this is much better, right? So here comes the other, what I've just taught today, and I think I'm gonna use this method. So of course this idea here is interesting, but it's not super. There will be a dying of the colors, and I won't be able actually to even use unless I bring another workbench, but then it's just a complication of stuff. So there is another thing that I thought that it is never taught before, and it is how to make workbench employ procedural textures just as EV. Well, of course this is fake, it can't be done naturally, but we can fake it. So the idea that I thought was to have an EV, yeah, okay, we have an EV. That EV will EV, this is for EV related, and this is for workbench related. So my idea was, I think it will work, but it needs some thought on that as well. Okay, so the idea is to have this one. So I don't need a, I don't even need a, what is this? Render layers first scene with, oh, this is first scene, just one EV with workbench. Why would, yeah, okay, it's, I'm not even plugged here. Dissolve that. So this is for tests. I don't remember which one exactly, despite all the notes that I've placed. So what we're gonna get is a it's because their size are different, right? I get, yeah, this one has, yeah. So the idea is the following. I'll have to recreate something here. Okay, move this up. I'm gonna bring the render EV exactly here to the workbench area. So we're going to, can I just do a reroute thing? Yeah, let's connect it here. Can't I change the color of this? Yeah, so that will facilitate my work. So EV is like that. Workbench is maybe like that. Okay. Two annoying colors, right? Just damn, we got some color here. Okay, then so these are the main ones. This I'm gonna make black, is like the stars. This is a view layer just for the stars, right? Okay, so I'm gonna, oops, I guess my, okay, it was a glitch. Okay, we have, oh no, I went to alpha, that's it. Okay, so the thing will be that the trick is that the materials, they will remain procedural by default, except that I'm gonna treat the line, the pathway of the workbench as already a mix from EV. So it will be like this. So I'm not sure which, so alpha over, I don't even know why this exists. Overlay a foreground image onto a, oh, that's, it's more for, but I don't know if this is what is needed. Anyway, we're gonna try to... Okay, let's delete this and just do this, right? Okay, so what we got here is that we're getting full EV here, but now I'm gonna, and this is full workbench, but you see, by mixing them together, of course this is getting, it's like the workbench is getting EV data, which is destructive, so maybe I should change the setup here. But in this way, I'm treating workbench as if it were getting the patterns of the procedural textures that which work on EV only. Of course, they are getting the lights, but this is very nice. Maybe I was already having results like that here, except that here what I'm doing is that this whole pass here will start considering the procedural textures. So from all, it will still suffer all this as it were the original workbench. So really I don't care what the EV brings here, provided it doesn't destroy. It can be subtle, any subtle, like treat as a roughness map or something like that, a map. I just need a map for the textures. As if so I don't need to bake textures. It's not perfect, but it's much better than what I previously showed, that dies off every color. Now I will have something like that, or not, but I will start building fake procedural texture into the workbench, but procedurally through compositing. But of course it's still an EV input. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is that I'm gonna change here mix color, and I'd like to just substitute this, so Control X. Okay, let's leave this one, and so I'm not sure if I get EV first. No, in this case, let's get and connect here and see some. Alright, so here what we got is okay, the mix is just like the alpha over, so it's not important. We're gonna change this to, curiously we get some mixed stars, which is I don't know why they are grayed out. Oh, because of the background of Eevee, but this doesn't matter because I'm gonna separate the stars anyways, so we don't I try to do something to completely negate them and just make them appear when they are needed. And probably it'll still require some mask. So not mix here, but I'm gonna use the so here, I'm not sure, let's try the multiply. Okay, apparently this is very bad. We don't get much from this. Color burn, no, even less. Darken. We start to get the patterns, right? But of course this is horrible. Lighten. Okay, so the colors are sort of dead, but we get the patterns. Aha. So it's a bit like as if I were doing the texture baking. Isn't there anything better than this? Lighten. Of course, we are going to qualify these colors with some tonality. You see, we see the, well, there are some patterns. They are still destroyed. Let's see what's start to happen. If I use the grayscale here, the same system I was talking about, I get the patterns into the grayscale. And this means that if I were to render this, I should be getting something more interesting, although maybe not necessarily more colorful, but certainly more interesting. But it's not sufficient. So, well, it could be sufficient. Yeah, actually it's sufficient, but I want more. I want more in this. So you see, it's now all about yeah, finding what composes best here. And I'm placing the workbench before, so maybe there's a mistake. The ideal thing would be if I could get, oh, the original workbench colors here are terrible, right? Anyways, so this is not so this is certainly an improvement, right? But I can get this better if I, maybe for many parts of the scenery this is impossible, but for the character skin, some materials, this is usable, so useful. So I was thinking maybe I can get the posterize effect in workbench. It's very strong. Let's try. So I'm gonna copy Shift D, Alt J. Well, copy all this thing. So what we're gonna get here is yeah, we can stack this a little more. Okay, here we got some problem. Yeah, it's because the nodes, there are something, we need still another space. On occasions there's something else which comes before them, which should be a yeah, there's another layer of things here, not layer, another column. Oh yeah, it is bigger. Why don't I have a hue saturation here? Should probably be necessary. They are very specific. Alt J. Okay, let's check the there's a lot of remaining place here. Space. Okay, I don't know why this. Okay, we're still testing this combination here. What if I, from this, let's try the crazy one. Screen is still on the best I've got, right? Difference, not explaining what it does. And yeah, probably not. Well, value, interesting. Very interesting. Okay, it's gonna crash. Let's save and return. F12. So today I have a list of tasks to do to keep organized. I could make them here, but I wonder if they will be they'll be annoying, but it's good for the stream at least, so maybe I should be doing that. Let's say to-do list. It's not the case. We're gonna, where can I move this? Oops, the wrong target. Yeah, I could try to place it here. Let's say it can be smaller than that, maybe people can read anyway. So I'm gonna get this EV workbench fake procedural texture. That is the first thing that we can try to get. Then we have lamps assets, right? Lamps is wall ceiling for this room. Then also shelves, which is shelves, cabinets, related, right? Then dirty materials, yeah, texturing shading, yeah. And then dirty space agent costume. So this is, I need to change her costume. I need to retake that. I intend to do today. There's also makeup mask. Yeah, now I have a reference for that. And then revise cleans test. Oh yeah, and then stars isolation setup. Okay, it fit more or less properly, so I'm gonna make it small about here and oops, yeah, hope that will work for now. Let's return. Let's see where is the yes, so very, very curious. This thing is giving me insane result. Look at the others. Yeah. Add and value. No, value is great. Wow, haha. This is real good, but I want to test something here. Hold on. Let's try to do the opposite here. Oh wait, what is... I need to check, so I don't know what value does. No, it's totally, it's not one, it's not the other, so the one is indeed a combination. But now I want to check how it combines with, yeah, I'm gonna place it here, switch. So here comes a great new finding, folks. We're gonna make now the opposite, or the inverse. We're gonna get now looks like whether I think something is failing. Okay, it is so here strangely when I attempt the opposite, EV first and workbench later, we get this with maximum value, right, of the value. This is nothing and this is all, so it's not good. So we need to, yeah, so there is a difference. That means that here the workbench has a preference, or actually maybe the exact inverse. I know, yeah, here the workbench seems to have the preference, so this is not good. Control X, Control X. So it's not intuitive. I can't understand what, but how exactly that is operating. But the fact is, this is the best solution so far, and the character gets a bit messed up, but this is just the beginning, folks, of the... So treat this small node system here, this output, as the composited workbench. Yeah, so fake procedural texture. And here we got a little problem about that, but Alt J this and just, yeah, it's ugly. Maybe I should try to do something about this. Well, whatever, let's push this back, GX. Yes, so this idea that I had today, I just didn't knew what mixer I would use. So by doing this, now our procedural, now our workbench looks like this. Of course, it's already mixed from, but we can from the with EV, and now we can try to get something that means I can destroy this the whichever baked material that I've made, so I'm totally free to play with the with the procedural materials, sort of. Yeah, still some will have to deal with UVs, but that's fine. But UV is only for them, for the procedural now. And you're getting very good. Okay, so but of course now these natural workbench nodes, they are all destroyed. Like I need to readapt them. So this is doing nothing. So let's see what we can do from this state. Hue. We could get, this is dependent on the scene, right? But already we could get a little more in the direction of the reds here, apparently. Saturation. Well, let's leave here, and value, we could augment even more the value. Why not, right? It helps to get some brightness, but it should be subtle. Yeah, so something like that. And then we can use this. Then here, very important, reset, reset, reset. Let's make sure we reset everything here, all right? Darks lift. Then gain, intermediate, right? Gonna crash. Gonna reopen Blender, folks. Let's see here. Where is the, yeah, back here. So I'm about to, yeah, let's need to adjust one by one. F12, re-render this. Okay, so this is my start workbench with, actually, workbench with fake procedural texture, hue, saturation, color balance. Let's get the orange here, or yellow, so some brightness. Start to get some warmer colors here. What you can do, maybe closer to the whites, this one. I don't know about the character, we'll have to address that. Like, she's too far now to check. Then we have gamma. Let's see if this can. Yeah, then too sensible, it's hard to check. Then exposure, oh, I need to click here. We might expand the exposure very subtle. Yeah. Okay, the second one, so for this one we'll try to keep the some of the ideas, right? Because we are testing variations, right? So hi, welcome Zach Hyde, welcome. So we're doing compositing in Blender with this scene here. There is EV and there is workbench going on. Trying to make a dual compositing, and at this point it's starting to work. Let's go back to the compositing thing. So this is just the first that I'm developing here. There are the other steps to recombine. I'm just trying to fix this one. Okay, we're doing this one, right? Okay, this switch. So okay, this one, I'm the secondary one. So apparently here we can change this gamma or augment exposure. What would be better? Apparently, no, it is not doing it wrong. Okay, reducing this, resetting this. Yeah, just like that. Maybe it's too dark, but it's on purpose. That it's less grayish, so it can be interesting. But possibly what I can do here is also, let's say, yeah, augmenting this value, reducing the saturation, and not changing the hue too much. Okay, it's not super cool, but So you see, this is a workbench, but it's in taking EV input in this mix color node, right? And it's using the value. So this is very interesting finding. In this way, I'm able to, this is workbench, you see the textures, except for some of them which are baked, but it's horrible to bake without an add-on or without. So even with those technologies, I think it will be still a terrible workflow. Then I can fake the text, the procedural textures in workbench or for this workbench thing by just getting the EV which has procedural texture working. So I'm just giving the workbench from the compositor some mix, and then of course I'm gonna composite the EV with their own stuff. We're gonna see this in a minute. And then we recomposite EV and workbench, although this is workbench with some EV influence and already, and then we recombine them together, and then we get the stars, and then we get to the end, and maybe do something special in the end. Let's see what we are getting now. Yeah, we're getting something colorful, quite powerful actually. But let's continue here. Now the first one is a little weird, so let's its colors seem a bit dead and interesting, grayed out. Okay, let's leave like that for now. I don't know how. Then the last switch, secondary is better now. The first is warmer, and then this one is for something super radical, which will be the posterize. At this point, maybe I could try. Yeah, this is being too deadly to the... because of probably the value that it's too dark. So in order to use this one, I'll probably have to... well, let's see what it is doing from... yeah, I already see. Oh, this exposure... of course, we need to apply this before. So it's like... Shift D, Alt J. Okay, Blender is about to crash. My graphic card gets problems. It's AMD Ryzen, I don't know. Okay, F12. So this is the first It's taking time. Okay, there we go. So get here, gonna do this. We want the exposure, maybe negate this. Let's start with the exposure. I don't know which is less worse. Yeah, they are not really getting too much positive effect here, right? This can be nice in the when we get the final result. Sometimes can get some interesting result, but here it's really for workbench. The colors are already too much saturated, so it's not really being helpful. But one thing that could be helpful would be to get here a separate color. Maybe gonna get this here. Let's try, let's see. Yeah, I can try this red here and then posterize. Oh no, I'm wrong. This is just black and white. Posterize needs the color data to, unless we create those data later, which is might not be that thrilling. Yeah, so this approach is not working. Control X. So this posterize for workbench, I think it's alone, it's not, it's a bit tricky to, also because workbench doesn't bring the patterns. Yeah, that's a good reason. So this is not, so what I can do here though is still use some, what happened to this soundtrack? It's just some, yeah, this crap. Mass Effect soundtrack. So here we could try another thing here. Okay, so this pass is very neutral for whichever reason. I've just, oh yeah, this is just a desaturated version for, but it's kind of cool with a lot of value to increase some clarity, and then some variation, slight variations in the hue, warmer or colder, maybe warmer, subtle thing, and then that's, yeah, lots of difference from this desaturation. So apparently it's good to desaturate workbench, and here it's just neutral, but we can play with this. We can get some, again, let's try something different this time. Darks, reds, lift, right? Then we get intermediates, gamma, and gain greens or maybe teals, not sure. Not very convincing right there. Yeah, the colorization themselves make things a bit too dark on their own. If we adjust, we just start to still get alright, it's not terrible. Can provide interesting, let's see, reduce the gamma. Yeah, this is interesting. Okay, let's switch. So we have this one. Yeah, this one seems, I'm gonna use these ones for now, but we can make tests. Then we can use this is also grayscale. I'm gonna make 2 of these. No, this is for inside, and here we got this here. I'm gonna Alt J. Gonna mix this here and here. No, something went wrong. We need to also, let's push this forward. There is still one switch remaining that went wrong. Okay, this one is wrong. All right. Wait, something seems to be broken. Yeah, it's my, again, Blender. Let's close, reopen. I'm almost finishing this compositing setup for the time being, so this means that I'm gonna go soon for the following steps of the to-do list. Yeah, let's lock this so we can only, there's to-do list, sorry folks, here. Workbench, yeah, so I'm doing workbench fake procedural texture and see how they will recombine with EV. Then assets, yeah, then we jump for the assets. It's not far from being all the assets that I need, but no, not too far. But these are, if I fix this, this will be a great improvement to the current scene. Then we go to the character for some UV texture, shading, makeup, and okay, clothing. I think there will be time for everything. And maybe this stars isolation setup I should be doing before I go there on the other file. We'll see. So what do we have here? Okay, we got this back. I need here. Okay, so I was picking this one, and here if I see here, we get grayscale. So this is blunt RGB to black and white. And then we have something a bit more complicated here. These ones, they would be when we have black, very dark image coming from. It's not the case anymore, so I think I can Yeah, probably I can delete this. So I'm gonna so here you can make some separations and remix. So for some reason I found out that certain, yeah, this is I think this is the RGB to black and white, but it gets everything, right? So let's confirm if that's the case. So I'll have to get, for example, red and green, and then we get blue to recombine with this, so it will be like multiply, I guess. No, not multiply, so maybe it's just add. No, it's not the same thing. So anyways, let's go back. So sometimes for the compositing, this is not so good when we want the grayscale to make some stuff. And separate can give better results on occasion. So you can get the red or the green or the blue, or make some sort of combination between two of them. Sometimes mix works nicely here. It's either one or the other, or some in between. So for some reason this also works, but add also seems to be adequate. Then and usually, let's see what is better here. This is red, this is green, this is blue. Okay, the blue is good, and I think the green is too dark. Let's try. Just this, and then we can, for example, what about this one? Yeah, this is cool too. But and then from this, if we want here, yeah, I would have to actually this setup here, we can use this for both of them, so it's like it will be more like a switch here, switch between the first and this one. And then here, if we want to get this this color ramps, we get something here. And if we don't want to get the color ramps, we get here. And these color ramps, they are made for some sort of pointillization effect. Sometimes it can be, it's sort of nearly as a posterize, but there are some interesting things that you can do with this, not only for the compositing, recompositing. This is colorful, this is grayscale. So let's see here. I'm using, oh yeah, I should use this one. Yeah, this one. So I'm getting this one with this, which is EV plus ambient occlusion. And the composition between this will make, oh, maybe I don't need this now, because Why it's not doing anything? I have no idea. Why this in this case? Oh, in this case I might not need this particular setup here because I already have a lot of stuff going on. This is already receiving EV, so I don't need to make this subtle thing. This was an attempt to safeguard the procedural texture for the workbench, but I'm already doing this in this setup here, so I probably can clean up this thing. It's not required. So then what I was doing was just I was getting the EV, adding to, which is first adding the EV to the EV a little of workbench, adding now screening, which is better than lighten because EV gets too dark, so multiply is horrible. For this, lighting is okay, but screen is slightly better. And then here was the mix. We favoritize the EV because EV has got the procedural textures. It is a safeguard for the procedural textures, but now I don't need this because I've got the EV is already strong from, it's already sourcing procedural texture, let's say, to this pathway. And so what I have here is that I need to bring, so this is just a screen that is followed by a multiply. So I think this is, yeah, there's important things here, but this is no more relevant. So I just have, fortunately this cannot. Okay, let's get a node here inside and expand it like this. And I don't know. Okay, so EV first, then I don't need switch, Control X. Let's get this into the, yeah, let's Alt J this, place it here. So this will be like the finals instead. And final filters. Although this is fake, is not a pre-final filters. I can center, yeah, this scenario and characters is not necessary. I'm gonna bring here, we need of course this, we don't need this rerouters. This just to check, yeah, we click here, we can see this. Here we can also do the same, so we click here, we can see what we are getting from both. So here is the final question, not the final question, but one of the questions. Okay, let's start simple. So I get a multiply, and it is of course horrible because EV doesn't work well with this in terms of it gets too dark. So lighten is the first option. Actually, a secondary crappy option. Then there's screen, which in my experience has been slightly better, so probably this could work. And then we have color dodge. I don't think. Let's compare them. Of course, this is crappy. Let's try with something else. So this is why we might need multiple things to assess what you are doing, right? So screen and add, they seem very similar, but because I understand screen a little better, and we have the okay, gonna crash. I have the problem with EV being too dark. I would say screen is my default now for this kind of stuff. Let's re-render here and then just okay, this is in the front. Here, and then we gonna get, yeah, it's nice because it's very colorful now. Then we have Kuahara to make things even more crazy. Here we could use some switches, right? I don't know, let's try something here. And it is switch. Doesn't cost too much to make this slight variation. So here we're gonna compare. Too dark, overlays a bit like that. Let's try some other soft light, linear light. Difference, okay, value is something that was new finding just from the beginning of the stream, but here it doesn't help at all. Color, no. Saturation, no. Hue, we can, what you can do with that, I don't know. Then those mysterious ones, which non-intuitive ones, right? So divide, subtract. If used in moderation, maybe those things could be handy, but I don't really understand why they would be useful here. Difference, like rusty things. Yeah, it relates to the opposite colors, I guess. But it's hard for me to map those things out like spontaneous like this. So I just, yeah, here I mix maybe. Okay, let's keep a mix here because we have the mix. I think is a solid one because to have as an alternative, because we can just easily spot what is this and what is this and what is this, and then we can although this mix is being different, right? There is a... Oh, because of this, I guess. The alpha. No? Why? I thought the mix was either one or the other, absolute alpha over. Let's try that. So maybe I was wrong. It seems like there is some sort of data, color data, that I'm not understanding here entirely. Let's try to see. Yeah, same for this, or maybe it's because we need to invert them. I have two of the same. Hold on. Now, okay. Maybe it's because it's the order. I didn't know that. The order matters for the mix. Alright, but this is the best result so far. Okay, so you can use the mix for this I don't like when these screens get in front of the... Oh yeah, I'm placing it here to be able to read this stuff, right? Alright, so anything, yes, there we can add so the mix is very easy to manipulate and it's very strong, and so it's good because here I don't have to try to safeguard the procedural texture. They are already safeguarded, and we can, of course, then decide. Yeah, what I was going to show. Yeah, so let's say we have some. Let's say you have something like that, and we can recolor ramp. No, yeah, color ramp indeed, but this is what I did there, right? But from this, let's say color balance, actually, yeah. Then we get, yeah, let's place it right here. So I'm not sure you can, yeah, crashing. About to conclude this part, let's go back here, F12. And so it's incredible, right? In a few days of or 1 week of compositing, I found an alternate workaround the horrible baking right? Instead I would have to buy an add-on, or yeah, or suffer, and even if with the add-on I would suffer probably. And but yeah, the texture baking system is horrible in Blender. Like it's it's not only me that is talking about that. I've read some complaint also. Alright, so we can mix this. Let's see. Yeah, the problem is that we can't really determine, I think, it's hard to mix these things, right? So blue, yeah, we see there are different colors. Blue in the, I think it's blue there. Then we have some greens interior and some reddish in, yeah, for me it's hard to see so we can have these patterns here, and of course we can use this to give a generic aspect to the but we can just mute this, right, and go back to the default, right? And currently screen is slightly better. And so here this is not bad. So you see, by giving these color balanced tones to the workbench, let's say like that, it's also helpful to get a generic tone instead of giving them at the end, which would, yeah, this will be a very radical thing, right, to do. This will be for special moments. And actually now this will blow up everything. Yeah. Also, this needs to be, yeah, it's just color ramp. So this is sort of a posterize effect, but with more control. And this is not necessary, just some. I was able to achieve good results here on occasions, but this is much more interesting in the, like, can work more with this than with this. This breaks up too much on certain. No, actually, of course, I would need to bring this from. It will crash. Yeah, I need to implement the gamma before we get into the. Yeah, this is it. This is why it's important to establish these values before we get. We can add later, right? But this sounds redundant, but this can help also. Yeah, it's a different thing. So since we are gonna colorize stuff, right, we could get this how to say, black and white, right? We could do this, and then we could better control how it will become black and white like this, and then then we can get these patterns. And then we can switch, and then we can get RGB, and then we can get gamma, and then we can paint everything. Yeah, so basically yeah, and then this might still require some adjustments. From this CGI graphics of old games. So this is kind of nice, right? Can be useful in many circumstances. And if you don't like this, we could probably use a... Let's try hue. Yeah, so here is a bit hard to get the... Too much things are exploded already, but you see here you get some... can get some charming results. Usually we don't want this, so but I've made already these ones, right? And here we can... Yeah, I'll have probably to readjust these curves here. To wildest effects. So in terms of webcomics, even this, if we have a story, we can get good scenes, we can use something like that, right? But it will be a mysterious thing, right? To not be evident to get... Yeah, it's still time consuming, right, to prepare this all the time. So yeah, these are... I remember these patterns of CGA. They're very close to some traditional results. Crash of the graphic card. I save. Yeah, it's safe to save, in my experience, in this glitch that I'm having, but then it will bring a graphic card message error. Okay, I think this part is completed. I'm leaving this set up there in the end just for fun, because... and further experimentation, right? Because in principle we just switch back to this, which is way more versatile, right, folks? So this this is the stars. Yeah, this is technically, this is later. Okay, you can place it here, and this will be like the... Wait, what happened to this switch? this is here. Yeah, this is here. This goes here. And okay, we have this one and the composite here. Okay. And there's another thing is that I'm having in the character grease pencil, but it's not having grease pencil on the other materials, objects in this scene, so this can create some bad results. This is not the final. Yes, this is what. So that's what's happening here. So apparently we are getting looks like we're getting some transparency, no, it's just some strange reflections. Okay, so for the character, something is not working like I would like to, and I don't know what it is. Oh, is this... Oh, I know what's going on. This is... I see. Maybe a lot of the experiments I was doing were incomplete. Well, I need to clean some stuff here. Oh, these are the... I know what these are. They are created because I've added view layers here. Alright, let's make a cleanup here because I'm not sure. So this is easy done. Because it's just a... So what do we have here? We have a background, so right, this is something about view layers. Linked copy, workbench, then we go in this scene, then we get this workbench with the settings which it's okay, all this, but here we click transparent. We don't want the background, anything else. Not sure this will be. These are left unchanged, and all this is the same. So this is what matters exactly. And the view layers, which right now could be a little problem, but do you have view layers here? Yeah, we have this and the background. And the background is not really working here. This is the background. If I do this, should disappear in the... Yeah, I cannot touch this. But we can disable, right? Okay, we can disable. So this is what matters, background. We need the camera, so the background is correct. On workbench we have okay, this is different. All right, so we can have this. Here we don't have, yeah, we have a background, but we're not using this. I forgot to toggle that, yeah. Alright, so it's like, okay, we didn't... I don't know why those scenes were adding... But anyways, this seems to be correct. Now I go back to EV, where the compositor is. So here we have some compositor, but this is to prevent any confusions. We're gonna delete all this. And I'm gonna go back to EV, and here contains this as I have left. Then we go to view layers. Gonna change this actually to main, and background, yeah. And so now in the compositor we can just go back here. Looks like we're having problems with main. Oh, we need to redo this. Okay, this one is correct. It's alpha there. 0 alpha, so it's transparent there, the black. So this one is seems correct. The textures there, it's because these are, and then as soon as we combine here we are getting problems because the EV has got problem. What is this? Okay, I just needed to render something apparently. The ambient occlusion. Alright. Fake. This is getting the character, correct? View layers. Alright, I see. So maybe there's a problem with this. I'm gonna revise everything here. I don't see any problem with holdouts, so apparently we can also bring this to the dirty lounge. It's not ideal, but that's my work. Yeah, I see no use of those features. The other scene was then why am I getting this value overvalued? Okay, that's it. I've overvalued, so it's like we're becoming, yeah, so just found we can't, so you can't overvalue this. That's one thing to pay attention. This will reduce some of the power of the fake procedural, but if you have even some faint here, this is already a lifesaver. It's better than absolutely nothing. So this, we just need to be careful about the character not become some sort of EV plaster, and that is, so this is what is happening. Alpha was the value here was, so this might be one of the reasons to try to, on top of that, maybe remix with something here. No, let's leave like that. I think it's good, but it's not. It's not like pure workbench, but it is doing a okay job, I think. Okay, then we need, of course, to get those, and because I've reduced the alpha, now everything, because I've reduced the value, now everything needs to be adjusted, right? So this is the first. Apparently we're getting this hue, it's too strong. Saturation. Oh, this value here, this is maybe a problem. Okay, getting some value is good. Actually, all values because of the exposure, I guess. And this one, yeah, we need absolutely to make changes here. Changes here. Okay, crashing again, or maybe not. Yes, probably yes. So we're gonna save here. Let's open again. I'll be right back, folks. I need to just a few minutes. Back, folks. So this is the warm-up. This is for warm-up. So here we got this. You see, this is very nice. If the rig wasn't so complicated to fix with good expressions, this will be actually very nice. You see how I don't think the line art of the character is very subtle here. And we could try something slightly crazy. I don't know how much this will cost in terms of I don't have a safe collection for that, but we can try something. Yeah, is the same principle. We got Dorothy Lounge, we got okay, so we need first this collection should be here, not in the okay, let's do this. I think it's more organized. Alright, so here I will also parent this to asset. I think I need to create, there are mesh objects here. I need to create a grease pencil inside here. So it could be empty lights, empty room. Yeah, it could be right here. So you can, well, inside here for certain. So I'm gonna add in the center grease pencil, actually not empty object, and collection line art. We're gonna go here and edit this to collection Dorothy Lounge. Yeah, exactly here. Okay, because we created it inside, and then we need to assess. Not gonna do anything special here. It's basically this stuff. It's simple as that. Then we go to look for the I don't know how much time it takes for rendering all that, so I'm gonna we should be able to see it from the camera. I think I need to select a color for it. Material, no, it's not here. I don't remember where we set the color. Now we can do this like tint. Let's do this to see if we... Oh, there it is. Right. It's one for the character, so for tint, I'm gonna get you see it will render in some areas which are not... Oh yeah, because there's some data here in the modifier that we might need to the factor of the tinting. We might have to... There's these things. Okay, so I'm not sure. We're gonna just see what happens. Maybe it's not that I need to pay attention to the rendering time. Well, is that it? So apparently it rendered pretty fast. So we have now line art on the character, and they have slightly different colors, which is not Disneyan thing, because in Disney they, for every single material they could get you know, the graphism illustration from the 70s and 80s, I guess. So could even try. I'm tempted to get something different color here. So maybe they improved the performance of this thing, possibly, because my computer didn't become better of a sudden. So tint, let's try here to yeah, you can see it here. It doesn't look good here because it's just not colored with the, it's not just composited, right? So this can be a huge mistake, right? So you cannot judge, right? You cannot judge the, now we see that it's not really good. So we need some, indeed we need some color that will combine better. So it needs to be something, but some sort of black. Alright, and I'm not sure how to isolate the grease pencil line art for the compositor. I've read some documentation, some ideas about that, but I'm not sure how that will apply, so I need to look back again into that. But okay, we are still working on this. Okay, for some reason this is getting it's not appearing, and it's like the okay, we've got a problem here, so let's just I've changed the data here, and that created problems. So let's fix this again. And it's not over, we need to update this, and probably need to render at least once. Yeah, okay, now this is working. Okay, so we're gonna reduce exposure here very gently, or augment the gamma there. Okay, maybe a combination of both, right? The other one is also has also broken. So yeah, the idea here is really to have different ideas, right? Yeah, glitchy. So this is one annoying thing of this research, right? I don't know yet a better solution, so you need to be tweaking these settings one by one, and it can be very tedious, but for some reason I like it. Of course, I would also like to be able to be faster on those findings. Okay, so here we got the first and the second, very different, and produce interesting results. And even if the result is not very good, we can still sometimes use it for other. It can have different uses for this kind of stuff, right? So this is why it doesn't matter if it's not perfect. We can, in this kind of setup, we can keep recombining stuff in all sorts of ways. So here you see the strong cell shading, because here we got the constant, right, when I employ these ones. And so these were gray scaled, right? Wait, what's happening here? Okay, this is the basic grayscale. Oh no, hold on. What am I? Okay, so I'm using this one. This one is for the self shading. And so you see, this is, I technically, I think this is better than the crude cell shading effects you get from. Sometimes you can get good effects playing more, but this compositing, I think this is the kind of result that I like for graphism. If going into cell shading, see there's different, yeah, there is a, it's not so rich in possibility right here in this sample, but I got better results occasionally. I wasn't doing like this in this case, but you see that we can, so if we don't use this, we also get interesting results. And if I get this, I can still recolorize, or anyways, we're gonna remix them with oh yeah, this is a switch. Okay, so EV or our workbench stuff here, or some mix blending between them both. So this is incorrect. We don't have any more this from an older setup, So this screen now would need to be adapted to what we have here. And of course then there is the Quahar, then there's the stars, and there is the, if we want the craziness there, which is overloading. But like the final boss, right, if you want something really crazy, it's like gradually getting stuff. If you get this from the start, could maybe be better, but this also works, right? And so this is no more, I'd say this is no more cell shading. This will be more kind of the posterize thing. And here I've just lost what, I think I've lost something. I had some, let's do some Control Z and okay, so it was very low gamma, yeah, starts on 1. And yeah, customizing all this will be very, very tedious. So this is the kind of thing I don't like to do too much. And what about this gamma here? Now this is the final one, right? But still you can manage to get good output from, and if we want some more madness, yeah, actually good madness. There are some, but we have some strong lights there that maybe are not really working. Okay, this is quite nice, right? But it's not rendered. Let's go back. So yeah, we could have a webcomics like this, or some of the scene, the shots like that, totally blasting cool, right? So Alt S, let's save this into whips, video renders new here. And however, this is also very nice, and also this is quite nice as well, right? So this will be more close to a cycle. Just see the, you have some noise stuff, colorful noise. I'll call colorful. This is what cycle is, right? Colorful noise. And EV is darkness, dark effects, dark effects, visual effects. And workbench is like colorful stillness, because there's nothing enabled there. So this is a great one. This requires absolutely a save copy here. Gonna save this into the external save copy. I'm gonna get this lounge 03 with an back, and call this backup, right? So compositor, good compositor, yeah. So this is the most versatile and powerful for NPR that I've achieved so far, after plenty of experimentations. There are at least three setups, right, that work well. The first one is not this, right? The first setup that works well is simple, basic, right? This is EV plus workbench straight, no big deal here. Then we have cell shading like EV workbench mix, right? And then we have ultra VGA old school style graphism computer, yeah, and they work better if we get them through this the blacks, the grayscale. Even we are already doing so. Let's note here, better with workbench. What's the name? Workbench color ramps. Because they have constant, right? Yeah, it's too long here, but I think we don't have annotations here to give to this, right? So that yeah, so fascinating. Unfortunately, we don't see this, the results you'll see in real time, except for this one, which is very crazy. But the results you'll see here will not be very appealing like the final results. Because the compositor cannot pick this whole thing, it will leave one behind. It is doing from EV. So okay, at least I have EV as my main scene. So it is compositing EV stuff, but it's the poor results from EV alone. Those things which maybe I should be maybe I can do something about. So this is a this is a posterize, right, on EV, which can sometimes lead to very interesting stuff, but it's hard to oh yeah, of course it's hard to get it. We need a converter and the brightness control. Maybe we can bring there. Bad idea. This is a tone map. This makes EV brighter, but it's not really helping here. So we need something more radical. So we're gonna just bring the gamma and we can also bring the, of course, the black and white conversion. Cheating, right? So I'm gonna, oh no, this is I just remember, yeah, although this can be interesting, right? Okay, so this is another approach that we could use for comics, right? It's not, well, this is, there are better techniques directly in the EV, right, with procedural texture and even image texture, but interesting nonetheless what we get here. But of course the cool thing is that this is actually fast to navigate. It's getting some ink atmosphere, right? So, but if we render, then the results can be quite cool because we get those patchy things, and but I never did in this particular way here. So this is doing, but this is actually, yeah, so my idea is not to use this here, but this is more about the gamma for, but maybe we can use the, how to say, the, not gamma, is the exposure, right? So shift D, because EV is just too dark, right? Then we sort of, but the colors are very messy, right? We're not getting very good results right now. So So this is still I struggle a lot with this. So sometimes I get very interesting, and sometimes I just can't get anything, absolutely anything. So it's because the posterize is too tricky. There is a tutorial that teaches how to make a group node that is a posterizer. But then why I would do this stuff if there are much better ways to achieve as we saw in the end. So getting this from the start can be a bit harsh. So this is not any better than other things that we'd achieved without it, right? So it's like it's a variation, but it's not really. I leave it there because I still am not sure if this, but in principle this is like starting to get yellow flag, like we have too much difficulty in getting it to use here. But the idea of having the EV black and white from the perspective of the probably here after the ambient occlusion, right? So maybe here it is interesting. So I'm gonna try this out. So we are getting EV black and white. Of course now we don't want to have workbench black and white. EV is getting here anyways to some extent. Okay, so you get here and then we get here, so we get some. So you see the black and white-ish of EV. Yeah, can lead to something appealing, but it is a bit risky, right? I think we got better results, so I think in other ways, similar results in other ways. You see there's more colorfulness here, more precision, or not. Alright, so I would like to address the background thing. this Kuwahara I'm not really changing. It helps getting the blending between certain elements. Including now the grease pencil line art, but I will need to guarantee a bit more precision. It looks like a bit too smooth. There is this diamond thing. Let's try. Is the blur? It's a filter, right? Of course, this one is terrible. But having just a little of these sharpeners in the end, this could sort of help. So I've used this in the beginning. You see, this is actually pretty nice. So I'm using this in the end after the Kuwahara, and here come the blurs, I think. So let's get let's get this back. It can't be too much, so it's just so it's very, very subtle. So let's place it here. Alt J, wrong place. It is here, okay. Just after the Kuwahara, it makes sense. Then okay, the soundtrack doesn't YouTube want to block this, so let's continue here. And then we can use this, and don't know. I just want to see the it helps create reinforce some lines there, right? But anyways, we're getting some slight improvements. Now this now is completely destroying this setup. I think these things got reset accidentally. So this I'm using here alternatively just to give some sort of cheap brightness to the scene, but because if it's too dark, right? But it also creates some tones which are very weird and attractive. I think this is for realism. So sometimes this can Not sure. So yeah, this is causing huge destruction of the colors, but they can be sort of recovered or made better with some from other things. But yeah, this particular one now seems disastrous, right? There's some stuff under the chin that I don't know where they are, what is causing them. It's not that the color palette is horrible, but some artifacts here and there are causing this to be terrible. But in the end, you see, we can still take advantage of even terrible propositions to start with, but with this whole blending strategy we end up getting pretty nice stuff, right? Provided we don't get it like full, so we need to reduce, right? So this is also a good, yeah, okay ambientation, I'd say. I can even save, and I think this is it for the, this is also not bad. We can have many of these tinted stuff, right? So I'm gonna render this and save, and then we're gonna jump to a new topic. Alt S. But we can't look, yeah, if you look on here, we are getting this from the compositing, right? So it's not very attractive, right? We need to, the final compositor, viewport compositor tab not fully supported. It cannot support the combination of multiple render layers. It will just pass what is on the main one. Maybe these are some light reflections which are going nuts. It can't be this is disabled, so okay, maybe it's just something about it's unfinished stuff, right? But for animation, it can use this. It's quite fast, even though we don't see the stuff. This is working, right? Good place for a working studio, something. Television, no, that will be better here, right? Maybe you can take off, I don't know. Okay, we have a No, it is bad, right? And this is not it's not good to sit, but that will be the composition for a unique one. Yeah, we can do something to reuse and have some economic approach here. So let's go back here and switch back. The last one I don't think we can use right now. It's well, we can also just not use the rendering, right? It can just look like this, and which is some even better than the all right, let's check out some stuff of the list here. Where is that? It's hard to find this We're gonna... Hello, Abai Gupta. Welcome back. I remember. How you doing, bro? So, I'm about to make a second pause, but I'm checking here what can be next now. Probably these assets. The star isolation. Yeah, this is very related to what I was doing. Yeah, it's a little boring, but it's necessary to... I want to economize render time, so it's more like a clean up performative thing. But doing good. Nice, yeah, glad to hear that. And so the thing is that we have this background which has nothing will be, it's just layers, view layers. Yeah, so you got the main, but we cannot extract the background from the main, or can we? The problem is that if I could take this world shader from so sky halo, this is something for, this is why there's this stuff there. It works better on cycles, right? But I like the result. So you say sun disk not available in EV. Then we get I think the best way you can do to clean up and optimize is decrease the number of triangles in the mesh and simplify shapes that are not in camera view. Yes, but isn't that more related to the geometry? The geometry here is very, no, it's not super low poly, but it's most thing here is very economical in terms of mesh. Maybe these ones a little less, but I'm gonna rework on them. I'm gonna apply their bevels and simplify. This geometry also is the subdivision surface modifiers. Yeah, they can be heavy. I can use the simplify. Let's see what happens. So here we okay, so the performance is more or less the same because for navigation here, but yeah, this is very fast, so this is what I really need. For rendering, maybe you mean clean up and optimize. Yeah, I agree with clean up and optimize. Decrease the number of triangles in the, yeah, simplify shapes. Yeah, it's more geometric stuff. So it is but where I have been suffering with that a lot is with rigging. When it comes to good organic rigging with using some techniques, employing, yeah, it's, although it's low poly, not so low poly, but there is some, the add-on with physics that I use, Wiggle 2 add-on, it lags a lot, especially when using the subdivision surface modifier. Same as some stuff, yeah, subdivision modifier level 1 or 2, if 1 already, it's horrible. And also visualization of the line art also is very heavy, so need to do many things, at least 3 things, or maybe even more. So lots of the lag I have is related usually to regarding the rig, not so much the shade, the compositing, but it's related to the subdivision surface modifier. Use Mixamo for rigging. I know there's a Mixamo add-on, right? I have never tested, but I've seen some tutorials. It's like Rigify, right? Maybe it's simpler than Rigify. I think it's equivalent, and it seems to be much better for the workflow of how to say, the animation target. But the rigs that I do are special. They are very specific. I've been rigging for 3 years actually, rigging, learning, experimenting, and I use we can't see totally here, but hold on, what's happening here? We got some, okay, let's hope we can address something here. I need to change the linked file. Yeah, let's go to the linked file then. Edit links library. Okay, why? This is not linked anymore. Okay, we're gonna delete all that. Because we need to get these things linked. So I'm gonna use a, hold on, I'm gonna show what this rig can do. Okay, I hope this doesn't break what I have. Other than that, you can decrease the rendered image size by 50. Oh, that's nice idea. Let's check that. Use Mixamo for rig. Oh, okay, and let's see the. Okay, the compositor here. Why do I have this scene? What is going on? That. Oh, it was that one. Okay. The posterize mad thing in unfinished. So Alright, but I feel like I've lost something in the... So I'm not so sure. I'm gonna just... Okay, I'm gonna do something here. This is wrong, but this should be... Yeah, so... No, it's nothing changed. Okay, so it's... I think it will be safe. But just in case... No, I already have the backup, so never mind, folks. Let's just open... yeah, delete this one. Rename this one. And so here we're gonna test this rigging thing you've mentioned. No, not rigging, we're gonna compare. Oops, wrong. Okay, so this is it's a cool render, right? For NPR, right? Then we're gonna go on slot 2 and go this, and we render. It's pretty fast, quite fast, right? Oh yeah, so actually yes, great, because for the tests, although we'd like to see but for testing this is pretty good, right? Good idea. Yeah, thanks bro, so very nice. So I think this will improve my testing here. Like this was 1 second, the other, yeah, half, sort of, nearly half time. Alright, so let's get here to the yeah, maybe we can make this. I cannot forget this thing, right? Because yeah, quick shots for getting some ideas. Yeah, this is nice, very nice. Let's get the... Yeah, we can realize something is wrong, right? It's just too small screen, right? We zoom and there's not enough resolution, but that's nice. Then the character, right? So right now we need to relink her because I don't know what happened. Something got her applied as... So we're gonna add here in world origin, right? It's there. Link characters Dorothy as her, the collections, right? Link Dorothy said this is special for... There's a message, I don't know what it was, error message. Then here library override, make... Oh, I have a button for that shortcut. Quick favorites actually. Selected and content, then let's bring her exactly... Well, it's just the armature, double click this, and here we go. Yeah, so 3D requires us to be very, very precise on because things quickly get messed up. So let's return to the edit override library. Let's get now, yeah, so this is another compositor before this breakthrough. So many things here are I would say useless. Oh, now I see what's happening. I was testing some features, isolation features here. This is EV. The other is workbench. What is this? We got the character as holdout. Ah, yes, this is for a previous. Okay, let's save this as a backup then. Save, copy, whip. So the experimental. So Dorothy 01. Yeah. So now I don't need this anymore because I found a workaround that is great for the fake procedural textures in Workbench. So I don't need this isolation which of the character from the. I don't even know why we have this here, but doesn't matter. This is only this that I'm linking, this collection here. And okay, this is the real file. So let's bring since I'm here, I'm gonna skip the start things. I'm gonna work on we are on world, view layers. So this is here what I need to fix. One of the things, rig UI. I need to rigging. Indeed, is one of the most frustrating things that can exist in CG, I believe. Well, maybe physics, maybe everything. I don't know. Modeling, shading, texturing, rendering is not so frustrating. Rigging is like super annoying, and I understand people that hate rigging. There's a lot of haters, and but what you can do in this rig is very interesting. Let me show. So rig UI collection is here somewhere, but you need to what is this? Okay, let's do this. This will create this script here, which I'm not gonna spell. Just I need to complete this this rig UI here to substitute the bone collections, and then I need to make sure this works as a linked files. So right now, also, if I change this view things, we are already able to not see everything appearing in the other file. So I'm here for the costume, space agent costume, and so this rig here has I'm just gonna show fast. So we have some better here. Maybe you have some physics going on. No, the scene is mute, so it's just the subdivision, I guess. Okay, so you have we have auto I key for spine control, which allows to do F key to some extent simultaneously than So I can have F key and I key, and I can tweak sometimes from any part of the spine here. Then there is a special feature which is not ideal, but it works. It's the head pinning, where we can, okay, seems that something is broken in the head pinning, but the idea is, no, nothing is broken. I was mistaken. So hold on. Okay, basically the head is pinned, and for some reason I'm just not able to reproduce entirely the behavior that I wanted, but you see this it's not pinned from the torso. This is what is annoying me, and I'm not sure here now. Okay, here you see better, although it's imperfect, but okay. So then there is, we have this thing for the hand, or this, so two behaviors for the hand. Then there is, I don't do, my rig has simultaneous I key F key, so that I don't need to do F key I key switch like in these things. I just have, except for the, the head is something else. So I can, for example, I have I key here, but I have this collection here for F key. I don't need to do switch. There is one thing that the deforms are not set yet, because there's also the deform rig, but the deform rig usually it's easier to adapt whichever rig we use, like Rigify or Mixamo. So it's very personalized. So I can also do joint pinning. So this is not this is not new, but we can, so I can pin the elbow from either the, let's turn this off, hold on, just finishing here the okay, and we can, for example, pin this elbow, so we'll be able to move the elbow, not the elbow, the torso or the hand without affecting the, so pin elbow left here. I would make this gradual, so basically I'm still doing the I key, but okay, but we can, I already didn't need the pin for this tweak here, but now this is the most interesting thing. I can move the master shoulder or even the torso, entire torso, with and then this is pinned right on demand. The same for the here, and we have same thing here. F key. This is not F key actually. This is tweak, and this is I key, and they work together. So this is work as an F key. We have these two, and then more than that, I have, because my spine is what I call a puppeteering skeleton, I can manipulate with auto I key certain features. So you see that here I can push I can pick certain levels of chain length, right? I can control the chain length of the auto I key to some, depending on the bone which I pick. But because there are bone constraints on the limbs, right, I don't have total freedom. They conflict, the IK chains, they conflict. So this is a glitch I've reported, but the rig works. It's just that it's bizarre. This is because there is an IK bone constraint on the head which is disabled, but it still is causing some glitches and some strange behavior, but it works, right? And then there is also the facial rig, which is the last thing I'm gonna show here, which is something that, okay, we have plenty of facial rig examples everywhere, but in this facial rig I'm using a setup that is the universal sonic mouth, which allows us to, it's not completed here, but I've done this on other characters. Basically it allows us to have the mouth placed on many positioning and maintain the possibility of, here I have a lot of artifacts and cleaned, but we can have, where's the tweak lips? I'm still needing to finish in that. Tweak lips, where's the tweak face, lower face, tweak lips, and so here we got the possibilities of shaping the mouth in many. It's not completed yet, but you see that what we are expected to be doing here, right? And the results in successful approach that I've made were very nice. So for cartoony expressions, right, especially those which are trying to mimic 2D artwork, right? So this is why I struggle so much to get and there's other techniques like with geometry nodes or booleans, that stuff that I'm still exploring that may be much easier to achieve than this. And so this rig unfortunately use some mesh which needs subdivision surface modifier, and that can make posing more difficult. But then we just use simplify, right? And then we have, and there are, of course there are other stuff like those features here, zipper lips, sticky lips, but this is not new, right? There are already some good tutorials on that for Blender alone. Anyway, so we can do plenty of and there's the eyes rig, which is a special eyes rig, but I think this could also be made on with the other, but not the mouth rig. With the face rig will be way more complicated, right? But I think we can also isolate this even from Rigify or Mixamo. But they wouldn't give these other features, the simultaneous IKF key, the auto IK options, because they don't use it. They are stuck with this notion that you need to do IKF key switch. This is absurd, because actually there is and I have already tested, this rig is compatible with Mixamo how do you say targeting, animation targeting. So I already thought, so there are certainly features that are more advanced that I might be missing to make, but in principle this is the rig that I've built right after, but it took a while to, and I want to make it available as okay, let's go for the good stuff, because no one likes rigging. Alright, so I'm joking of course, but maybe some of you guys are interested. But very curiously, when I was streaming rigging, yeah, some occasions I had good, okay audience, sometimes even good. But now that I have been streaming something related, I don't know if it's because of the webcomics or the ambience. I think it's just the ambientations, the scenery, assets making. I think this is, we see by the tutorials, right? Rendering, texturing, all those things attract a lot of folks out there. And so here you see us looking at the grease pens, right? So we're gonna simplify the here, or just hide it because it just shows when we have the camera here. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna not this grease pencil, is probably is here, line art. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. So I need to, two things I need to do is fix this rig, fix this clothing, and make new. Yeah, so the name is wrong. This is Space Marine. This is Space Agent, and this is Fantasy, which is let's see what we got. Yeah, this was for and maybe I can use it for sci-fi, because in this story I have okay, something. This thing. Okay. Yeah, I didn't finish, so this was for fantasy, in a fantasy universe. You see the mesh is very different. Some shading effects here, maybe I can reuse here. And skirt is super difficult to rig, and so, but this is not priority. It's not priority here. So priority would be to make this. Yeah, to, well, it's already. Yeah, but the geometry is probably very different than the other, but probably can reuse. If I'm not wrong, we've got why this is so dark? Oh, because again we need to get this, and this is insufficient. Let's try to let's see, I'm confused here. I need to get yeah, I think I can. So maybe just have to do something about the hands and reposition mesh. This will be okay. I see already. We'll have to fix this stuff here, because probably maybe I could do 2 UV maps for what material is this? I need to remember. Swap texture or swap UV maps? I think what would be better? A UV map doesn't change the texture. Yeah, no, it's a texture. So I have to have two texture images for the. Okay, so I'm gonna do something here. Let's pick the texture here in the shading, probably shading here. So you have the world. No, it's object, then we have skin Dorothy, but this is actually one material, different. Do they need? Yes, okay, it's fair. It's fair. So we're gonna change this already. We're gonna call it two materials, two textures. So skin Dorothy, it will be like actually space marine, and then we're gonna get this and also space marine, and we're gonna make sure this is Shift F10. Let's recover the soundtrack here, folks, without this crap. And where is the... Yeah, we're just swapping the texture from the image editor. This doesn't affect anything. This one, not sure it is saved with this new name, so save as... we won't need this bait anymore. So where is the texture, character? Skin, space marine. At least it's matching, right? Okay. Except here is skin Dorothy, space marine. Then we're gonna make a duplicate here. And we're gonna swap this to, we're gonna first new material from this. We're gonna call this skin Dorothy space agent. We want to, protect for now. I'm not asset marking those things yet. And certainly not from this file. This will cause redundancies in the asset library, and so we need to get this one and this one already. I'm gonna space agent. This is already the other one. We're gonna do something here. We're gonna call it texture card. No, we're gonna this name seems to be wrong. Okay. Okay, whatever. We'll try to match what we had. So space agent, and that's it. Okay, I will keep this because I think it should be good enough for this project. Okay, new image. Then it's blank, so we need to assign all the it's not all this. Okay, but I duplicated the texture, it didn't recreate the image, right? So I have probably to do this in the directly here, right? So we are not gonna use this anymore, so we can delete this. So here we're gonna make some texture character. Yeah, the idea of combining. I already relearned a little of the tricks of doing the layer masking in the shader editor, so maybe we can employ it here. Dirty skin space marine, okay, correct. We're gonna duplicate this one. I don't see the other that I thought that I saved, so now it needs to be, and then this will be not space marine but space agent, right? Good, so they are equal. Now I go back to the file. Now I'm gonna change these names here. Dorothy skin, because we're gonna match the texture, and here also Dorothy skin. And so here we're gonna save. We're gonna go in this material here. Gonna pick here the substitute this. Actually we don't need this one. We can even do this. Open library asset, image textures, character, by name, space agent, no, space marines in this case. Yeah, okay, we just have a problem here. Just gonna repaint that, right, with the proper thing. Then here we got this one. We're gonna, just to make sure we get the right one, we're gonna open space agent, and there it is. So we have, gonna lock here space agent, this is right. Then so I have two materials, and now the question is that oh yeah, we have a problem with materials. This is not a UV map problem. This is the same mesh face can only have one material, right, at a time. So I did a material selection, right? Of course, these are these face loops here, they are just facilitators, right? But they can solve lots of problems sometimes, which is easier than the, I wouldn't like to just erase them, but they are very easy to reloop, so it's probably not So the idea to get these materials back, we can mix shader, right? Yes, so we probably can have the multiple. Yeah, so this will be a case scenario in which we could try to, yeah, the skin. Okay, it will be this one. This one I need to start making the masking tricks, right? For and I already have some alternative for that. So this is already an attempt that wasn't. What is this? Okay, we need, it's procedural, so we need EV. So this is useless now. All right, let's see. This is confused, but I have a tutorial here that just to remember. So there's by Pxy-VERSE. So this is just doing freckles. So basically the idea is pretty simple, but I need to augment the resolution. Basically, it's a mix color with the FAC, yeah, as simple as that. And basically what he's doing is that, this is what I forgot, I needed to put my hands in some additional texture map, yeah, color map or image texture to paint these freckles, but they can be a black and white even, maybe, and then they go, or not, they go as, no, this is a bit more complicated because it's using the alpha. So it's the transparent texture apparently. But there'll be other ways to do it. I think there are many ways to achieve stuff. So he's using alpha, and let's see. The color is set to alpha, and that's it. So that's why it's using the alpha as the mask to do, yeah. So that's one way to do, at least for the makeup. So this is nice, but it's not, might not be exactly the thing that I'm trying to do, but it is related. Let's see, because it's masking. So what I want is to have multiple materials in the same material, yeah. Multiple shaders for parts of the character on the same. So in this case, I'm using this metal for some reason. Yeah, it could be any other thing, but I can probably use this, reuse this, right? I don't care. They look cool, so I'm gonna bring this to this one, the Space Marine. Select all and dot, then control. Okay, so having some problems duplicating these nodes for some crazy reason, and this is a dirty suite, yeah. So it is. I'm gonna bring. Okay, this one is so simple. We just need a diffuse. You just copy this, and gonna get here. Let's see. Diffuse BSDF and Control V. The roughness was this. All right. So going back here. Alright, so we need to isolate, we'll need to isolate the some parts which will be equivalent to this suite, and that means a mask. And a way I think that you can cheat that mask in this rest position would be just to use procedural, maybe, yeah, that would be a smart ways, but this seems to be okay. So it's a gradient texture. I've seen this being used for some techniques. So if we check this, linear, yes, but we need probably to control this with some no UV, no what is a gradient texture UV generated? No, it will be based on the UVs, right? But it's nothing like that is generated here. So we want here, okay. Okay, when it is 0, it's like it's sideways, so you need to do something like this, and negative 90 would be this, yeah. So we want the mask to be like this. Mask positively, right? So it's like this around the neck. So I'm gonna just separate the neck. So I need to have the gradient texture, the color, I think it's like that. I need to plug it. No, leave the black here, and then we want maybe yeah, this will create some problem because it will be too sharp, and look at that. But then maybe we can just rotate. I don't think this will be a problem for the only constant here. Maybe I need a little more rotation here. No, this seems to cause some issues, so maybe I need another I see. Now I understand. So I need this, and then change the here, yeah. What laziness does to people. Can just texture paint this would be okay, let's accept this, fine. So this is a mask. I hope this doesn't interfere with the rig doesn't interfere with the mask. I think not. No, it's safe. And why these things keep appearing? I think I'll have to, because I haven't saved. Yeah. Alright, so let's get the mask. Now we go back to the shading, and now this can be used for diffuse. Wait, is this okay, this is just a mask. This is not what I just need to apply this mask to this this needs to be used as a FAC, so Control J, so mask sweet. So it's very simple. We need the price that this doesn't have a yeah, is it, I need to mix the shaders, right? Okay, so mix shader at the end. So I got, now I get the effects. So this is the, okay, go on lower, you go on top, then, and the FAC is controlled by the mask. So either is the text, the or the suit, but we want to mask here, and except that now we get set inversion because yeah, why do you have the inversion? Probably the mask, if it is 1, it is the, it is below, so why? Okay, let's just invert then. And there we go, finally. I prefer this one to be below, it's easier to understand what's going on. So also let's lock this stuff. So in this way we can have multiple materials in the same, it's the mask trick, right? And there is so this material now includes some others which would have the suite, like also this. Actually this one, we're gonna pick this and we're gonna assign to here. So now this suite was substituted, though it is still useful because well, it's such a simple material that it's just good for testing, right? But yeah, I'm not gonna delete it, so we have it here. And now for the other one, right, which this one is a little more intricate. It is metal dark. Maybe, and what is this? Oh, okay, this is being used for the lipsticks and the, so also these ones we can place it in the same material, I guess, provided we get the proper isolation of the textures. The problem for me is that the textures are super sensible. If you tweak the mesh, and occasionally I'm tweaking the mesh, we're just gonna lose the mask, even with a procedural mask. So this is super ruinful for for certain workflows, and this is why at least for now, it would be better to keep these materials than different. Also here we got some very creepy temporary, yeah, this came from another character, so we don't need any of this. We're gonna adapt, so we're gonna use this, the iris can use the hair, and these pupils will use the this metal. No, this is not gonna work, so coat dark. No, this is also not. So we're gonna try probably what we're gonna do is that we're gonna pick the same, right? Yeah, we need a material for, then I can try to rejoin that. Yeah, so basically what I should be doing here is let's make sure we get this selection. I totally forgot about this the eye things, so we're gonna we keep this, but we're gonna work on, let's see what you have here. This color, Control C. I'm gonna create a new material from this, delete this, do this, then we're gonna take rough. No, we're gonna get something like that, non-metallic. We're gonna change this color, and then we're gonna make a mask here for the. This is a case of radial, I think. I have a little experience with that, so that might be fun. So first, let's go here, and of course you'll need to have, okay, just mapping, assign here, delete this. We're gonna get the how did this start? Yeah, so gradient texture on radial. I have a pre-made setup, so maybe I don't need to. Object or UV, maybe this doesn't have UV, I think so. That, if I'm not wrong, we need to radial starts from 0.5 from the center. Well, maybe not. No, it's spherical, maybe? No, it was radial. Yeah, actually I'm not sure anymore, but we need to. Maybe this UV. No, I'm not using the UVs, so. They are fading. Let's use a color ramp here. I think I have a setup here. I should import the setup from another character. Yeah, that will be the wisest thing to do, because why I don't need to battle myself. There's a long time I don't revise this thing, so we're gonna okay, we'll leave it like that for now. We're gonna save. We're gonna bring the thing is Aisha. So she has got a setup that we need to be on EV to so this compositor, dual compositor setup here, I was using the inverted way before. My new approach now is EV first, the main is EV, and then workbench. Here is I started with favoritizing, because I thought it was better. Now I consider it's not. It was depends on the purpose, but yes, because EV has more power, it's better that it leads. So no, it's not this. It's shading. So I'm gonna move for. No, actually, this is not even. Yeah, so this is different. Pupil glows, Clara iris, Clara pupil. Alright, so of course this was generated specifically because the eye is the entire eye is one texture, is the UV warp modifier technique for eyes rigging. eyes tracking, all that. So this is many of this setup will not be required, but what I can try to do here, this is, oh, I can save it as an asset maybe. Okay, that is the good thing. So before I forget, let's not mess the thing here. Yeah, actually, yes, this. Yeah, okay, for now it's a material, sure. And save and return here, whatever, save here, then asset library, materials, ready, substitute here. We want edition here, so you need to break this link by just clicking here. I'm gonna save here that now this is material character. Oh no, this is for, this is not a file like a texture, image texture, so this is just Matt Doherty here, iris pupil. Alright, and I can probably, yeah, I should probably mark this as asset as well, because materials, yeah, materials. Maybe I can use another character soon, and it will be updating, right? So this is good. Let's now go back to the shading and see what we can do with this. So first, we don't need this this thing. This is for workbench, but we are using do you have image texture here? No, so it's all procedural. So start with the texture coordinates using the UVs, which probably is not sure it'll be good. Here we have a mapping and gradient texture. Ah, it is spherical. Okay, so because this has a center, it should be okay. So we see where we could, so this we could already try to okay, this is a perfect, apparently perfect UV unwrap here, so we can try to, this gives some idea of glowing, right? We can create those, we could separate those yeah, so 1 and 1 maybe, no, 0.5 and so apparently I can't get it to the center because it's a 3D. but it is getting some crazy distortion. And this is not good. So white is getting, it looks like stretched. Normal. I don't think this will work. Yeah, so object maybe. Texture point maybe. Ah, hold on, we got something closer to the center, except we are not getting the... Okay, finally. So spherical with there, and then scale negative. What are we doing with -1 scale? Well, it's not clear for me, but this is working. So here we could use those tricks and yeah, I think linear is fine here. Then we're gonna expand this as much as we can to augment the precision. And so here we're gonna make Yeah, then there is the border there, which we can, I don't know, do. Okay, really not just a detail. Here we can see what is there, but this is, yeah, I like to, maybe it should be darker. Okay, something subtle like that, then, but still too bright, but that's fine. Maybe lacking some definition also. Alright. Then we're gonna, then here what it is, you can see this pupils glow. What is this exclusion? Okay, this is a pupil glow, so it's symmetric, so it's not doing a good job here. Need to separate this one by one, so eye by eye. So, but it's simple to make, so we're gonna no, maybe I've broke the setup. There are two of these things. Okay, but there is a small gradient texture, so we can reproduce the other. This is clear, so this is not necessary anymore, for not for this, although there's a masking system that we can revisit. Sclera iris, this is also not, this is iris pupil. Okay, so this is what interests us, and yes, there's even an ambient occlusion. Shader to RGB, this is an old trick for, so we can, we are not using this add shader pupil glow, so yeah, the mix, what is this? Yes, iris pupil. Mix color, reinforcing the, yeah, this is very old. So we have this, I think I believe this is just overcomplicating, so just gonna bring this glossy here, which interests me for now. Then not sure this is the best approach. Yeah, maybe not glossy. And there's mix shader emission. Yeah, let's texture, just playing with location. So we're gonna Alt J, take this out of here and disconnect this. This will address later. Pupil, iris pupil, right? Our version, this, no, this is not gonna be like that, so we're gonna, we need to address these texture maps. Okay, this is not too different. The scales here won't be matching, so we need to have another gradient texture here. Okay, then this is creating the sclera. Okay, this is absolutely not okay. We can dissolve this and this and invert color the mask stuff. This also, okay, this can be useful, but it's for another mask. So this gradient here, we already have this set up, so we're gonna just let's change this color here to this. This will Control J, yes, we call this gonna bring right glow, yeah, like terrible color here for reading. So it's being unused for now. Then we yeah, this one we add it here. Although we might be reusing this, but I don't think here, so we're gonna reconnect this and also here delete this Clara iris, we don't need this. Control J. This gradient textures is the same thing, we don't need this. Gonna connect this here and control X, this didn't work. We can delete this, we can bring this one closer. This is ambient occlusion. I think we're not using this one. These ones, okay, then bring this closer, connect this. This is our radial effect that I found that we could to mix up with whichever was already in place. So very simple stuff, right? So mapping, gradient, texture that we got another gradient. Oh, okay, this is special, the radial sclera eyes. This is an isolator that overlay radial. Okay, see, then to prevent I don't need to prevent anything here. This gradient spherical is the same, so we just bring it here. And this inversion iris world. Okay, this is good. Then maybe we can keep using this. So just gonna connect this. Connect this one here, then yeah, then we delete this one, then we gonna make this stuff into multiples. So the first one is this, the second one is yeah, it's better to keep like that, it's easier to manipulate. So here we need this this we can delete. Okay, there's some pattern here we can get. I was in B-spline, and but you see it's like that, it's not, at least in this, so can use another tone. For this one. Alright, and maybe I need to reinforce this color here. Okay, sort of matching, and alright, so it's very subtle, maybe it makes some difference. So here we got this, and then we don't need this because this is this that goes to, so we can actually take this off, delete this, so this one will actually be arriving here. Now we're starting to get something. Let's Alt J here. So this is this which we have. We need the roughness map. I think this is the we don't have, yeah, it's just an inverse roughness map is glow in the middle, so we don't need to invert this particular one, we just need to improve this mask here. We need a mask for, so it will be a color ramp. So what I want is to have the pupil very, apparently it's here, okay, get this. We want to have this Control X, we want this to be on the roughness, so now we have strong reflections on the geometry. Seems very weird though. It's because I know why. It's because the shrink wrap is going crazy, so yeah, so I don't know why this is occurring, but it's probably because of how could be also the geometry. Yeah, this has got wave paint. I have to assess that later. So what I could do, however, is try to reduce the amount of not like this, but actually instead of no. So instead of this black, maybe like this. But we still see very bad stuff, so this eye gets curved, right? And then the geometry, it just doesn't fix, doesn't, maybe probably is not something about edge creases, so let's do something crazy. And no, it's like the, yeah, it's this center here. So what can we do about this? Seems to have improved slightly, but no, that doesn't work. And yeah, I can't seem to fix this. The mesh adapts to the curvature of the eyes, but it keeps getting, even when there was not this point in the middle. Maybe it's something about the deformed bones. Looks like some bone is pulling from the center. Yeah, there is a central bone indeed. Maybe you are lacking some. Blender crashed. Okay, but at least I guess I've been saving. Or not too much. So I got here the armature. Let's check the bones, deform eye coins. So I got this bone, which is happens to be no, it's not a deformed bone. All right. So let's check the waves. So there you go. We have precisely, because this bone is not being deformed bone. Apparently, this is. They could be responsible, for pulling, but because they are actually shrink wrapping themselves, they will follow. They were pulling because their positioning was there. Okay. Yeah, finally. So it was just a very noobish mistake from my part. Maybe I took them off for testing something, I just forgot. So we needed some automation system that the Blender knows when to send alerts, right, to the user, to the artist, like hey, you forgot to, you asked me to tell you about some mistakes or things you might forget in the rig. What about this? Forget to turn that deformed bone into a deformed bone. So what the AI is doing for us, very little. Okay, so of course I want some reflection for the iris too, but not as much as for the pupil. Let's get it full. Okay. Or maybe, yeah, maybe less than this actually. Yes, this is nice. Sort of. But it doesn't feel as good as a reflection as it could be, right? Maybe this is a bad technique. Why would make that metallic? So, oh yeah, we can change this. IOR of pupil, maybe that helps. It's organic material, right? Cornea, or actually not the pupil. Or eye lens, actually. Yeah, so somewhere about yeah, much better now. It still could be improved, okay, but in many ways we can do this on other stuff. Let's bring the okay, we got this color ramp here. What is this gradient? Okay, this is the radial. We're using the same here. Alt J for now. The same plug here. Oh no, this is different. So this, yes, basically what we're gonna do is this. So it's not this one. Control X. So this one has lots of stuff like this. Power, just empowering that stuff, right? So it's just another map, a mask, right, to create some effect, and then this overlay. It's nothing here, so again just, and here we got some cool Alt J, place this here, delete this, and so here what is this? Subtract compound color map. Okay, so this is just it is taking this one, but for no reason. It could be oh, hold on, subtract this. Is this about the glow maybe? Because this was coming from the glow originally. No, this definitely is for creating the so here is where the fun arrives. You can also, let's see, power. Okay, I think this is simply kept like that. Then we so here you can, I'm not sure, we could try to, let's see, this could be then eventually mixed with the, yeah, the, this really. Yeah, definitely mixed color with this also, it's not exactly this what I want to make this color ramp more yeah, actually matte I think is just power yeah, just to change the type of the, right, and then here we can then do something about I don't know, multiply. And with so this is nothing and this is something, and here is where we can just try anything that it can't be anything, right? It will be too bizarre, right? Okay, this one seems nice, colorful. I think that's a bit strange, but works, and we can of course reduce the amount of this thing and nearly so. Okay. Alright, so this concludes this one of the materials, right? I'm starting to get something more appealing for Horizon. This one I prefer to keep as a separate material, though it's I think it will be easier to organize. So is it, yeah, it is marked as asset. Let's see how she will look in the other. So yeah, we lost the link, so we need to, because Blender crashed. Okay, so as you can see, we've got some news. The bones are not showing crazily anymore, and because we've just hidden them, and the clothing, of course, they are very messed up because they are stacking. Line art, dirty lounge, right? While the other would be for dirty. So mesh, so the other was the space marines, and this is the space agent. So you need to be, which is stacking because of the, oh yeah, this is, it's a mistake. Here are, they are showing the line as line art as well, so this is, made a mistake here. It's a line art collection. So this is her, it's like they are not rigged. Yeah, they are not skinned, but we can easily skin them since they, except for the skirt, of course. And the cloak has physics, bone physics. Oh, this texture is appearing again. So there is a special material for but it's not showing. No, it is showing, but it's not reflecting too much. Alright. So I think she'll be using this costume, but I need to improve this suite, which is not from this, is from the Spaceman, so I need to get many things fixed from here. And it could be beneficial to have some baked textures on the character elements, but even that, yeah, maybe it's just for visualization here, which would be nicer, but is we'll think about that later. If I return now to Dorothy, so here we need to fix these collections here. Apparently there's some line art, but we need to since we are working here, we're gonna, yeah, good that they are properly named, right? So we're gonna just disable these ones. This is already, well, I'm not sure about this. And Space Marine, yeah, let's just do this, and then where is, okay, it's here. So this asset is not necessarily for this, it's more for the fantasy than this one, but I think I can simplify stuff. Yeah, I probably can simplify. So this will be actually I'll read that glaive later. So what kind of compositing do we have here? Okay, and for some reason it's not appearing here. Because I need to get through it. No? Here. Yeah. So typically dark and yeah, so you see the stone map is it's not super nice, right? So it is In this case it's workbench, which is saving the day here. Yeah, so this compositor I don't even need here actually, because not only is old, even if I get something good here, it will just confuse me. It should be better to be testing those things directly in the scene. Exactly, so I'm just gonna delete here, and we don't need these things, and this will sort of ease my process here. And I think because I have a good scene, a real scene to be using, and I'm compositing from there, it's much safer, I think, at this point to just bring the character there, because it is in the scene that we bring the character. We don't bring the scene to the character. At least this is not what I'm doing, and so how I'm doing, so it makes more sense to do compositing that way. Of course, for early experimentations, I only had the character, the rigged model in workflow going on, and so I had to use what I could, right? But now I see I can do much better. Just use we see that the material, we need to do some masking for the eyelashes as well, and so this will be more stuff to come. But already we are getting ready for this space agent class. She used shirt here probably. So what material is this? Yes, this is happening because this is workbench, so yes, and this is procedural, so the skin texture here probably it's using, there's probably a skin color here. And viewport display, where it is. Yes, so oh, it doesn't recognize. Okay, so let's go to the shading and just click the texture. There we go. Now workbench can read the I don't know what it is doing for. Oh, it is using the color that I just assigned there. No? No, this is the black of the what's remaining in the texture map. Yeah, I think that should be it, because this is now not available. I thought it would complete the texture with that, but actually no, it completes with what is the image texture precisely at these points, which is black. Yeah. Alright folks, it's getting... Oh, by the way, here we also got back the eyelashes, right? Here we would probably like to have baked texture, right? Because this doesn't look very nice to work with. And this is EV, and this is workbench, but very it's not the workbench that I'm using for the renderings. Yeah, there are some difference, but in this case we just swap for, yeah, there's minimum difference, right? So we can, anyways, this is not the place to be looking at this. So since the character is yes, since we can link characters, then we can just bring her entirely, right, to the, try to, yeah. So here is like this ambientation is not helping, right? It's just, let's get transparent. But it doesn't help because we're still getting the scene world influence, right? So this is EV but without the scene world, right? Which I can unlink at any moment. Okay, so this light seems regular, right? Yeah, so a lot of work to do, but we are seeing the progresses, folks. So I think that's it for this today. So tomorrow we'll be back and we are gonna continue those things. Thanks for watching, folks. Hope you're enjoying. Take care and happy blendering, and have a nice weekend. It's coming soon. See you around, folks.